The story of Auntie Cleo versus the Moon Man is a ballad for our ages. A thing of legend, to be handed down for a modest fee to each successive generation. Spacer's choice swollen-headed mascot represents the worst impulses of old corporations, who unfairly stacked the deck against the little person, as they tried with
The recipe of our exclusive cocktail is our most explosive
No! Just like our sponsored softball team, the Anti-Cleo Darlings refused to do when things were down at the end of the sponsorship series against the Spacers.
I'm Jean Turfer-Tyler, sixth base person for the Anti-Cleo's Darlings. I cleaved Spacer's chosen goalie at the end of the 56th inning, then made a Sunday goal to win the game.
Which do you like invading more? The Protectorate or the Order?
All that Protectorate EA's saying is downright unnerving. But at least they don't worship numbers or some such.
I never know what either of them are saying half the time.
Can't tell the difference between cover and concealment.
You have the look of someone with murderous intent, but no munitions to make it happen. Let's fix that. Unfortunately, I think I just sold my last rocket pistol.
Well, welcome, future repeat customer. I can tell just by looking at you, because you have the kind of face folks just love to shoot at. They can't right seem to help themselves. They just want to put a bullet in you. And don't take it personal now. It's a compliment if it's anything. So, you game to see my wares? All right. But we'd probably save a whole lot of time if you just gave me all your bits. Can't tell the difference between cover and concealment? Then you need a good set of armor before someone
From
succeeds in
pop guns to
ventilating you.
self-propelled cannons, I have whatever size weaponry you need to make all your problems bad.
Tell the difference. The difference between cover and concealment?
Who do you think's getting this big promotion?
My bits are on Orm's. She's the more predacious.
Remember to haggle. I hear Angie's bigwigs love haggling.
Easy Heel Leopards and Spectrum brand bandits. I'd pit our least bankable tossball team against the Protector's entire roster of pitchball pushovers. Have our team's 32 backbench. They forfeit by middle time. It would be an embarrassment of body gold.
I see you decided to accept my invitation. Good. I do hate having to follow up. Ordinarily, reception here would detain you in a whole song and dance, but you're no common contractor. You're my honored guest. And as such, I've informed them there's no need. I wanted to formalize my gratitude for your assistance on Greater Tranquility Station. What a shame our negotiations were so violently digressed. I felt we were making real progress, notwithstanding a subsection or two.
Anti-Cleos was specifically founded to fight what nature inflicts, to offer higher quality pharmaceuticals designed to be...
In fact, that is what... Some messages have indeed been sent hither and thither through back channels. Alden remains convinced an agreement can be reached, and I concur. Mayhaps we're both overly optimistic, but if there's even the remotest chance of bringing the Order and Auntie's Choice together, the profit from doing so far outweighs the risk. While making our expeditious retreat from the station, Alden and I encountered a dying man, one of the Order radicals in league with our would-be assassin DeVries. He confessed DeVries' entire plan, and that he thought you must have stopped her. Thanks for that, by the way. But seeing as we both remain breathing, we can continue advocating for a merger. Auntie's Choice and the Order together would be To begin, you'll need to gain favor with both the Order and Auntie's Choice. I expect the Order will want you to, I don't know, clap some chalkboard or do whatever you must to earn an audience with our respective leaders and convince each to agree to meet and continue. You're confident, a fine quality, at certain occupational tiers. But mind that you're not overcome. Obviously, you will need help to smooth over any points of contention during the negotiation, which will require some verbal finesse, but worry about that step upon reaching it. Capital! As I mentioned before, you'll first need to earn an audience with the presiding bishop and our very own chief executive before this When it comes to the Order, approach their laureates. They seem to run things. Oh, and you might see about improving your oratory skills in the meantime. Certainly. Aren't you adorable? Next, you'll be asking me to name it. What is anyone apart from the function they perform? To wit, I am my job. And I rather think such an esteemed position speaks for its... Answering that would come dangerously close to upward communication. Wouldn't want the junior ranks getting the idea that they can review. Suffice to say, Auntie Cleo is without peer. Quite literally.
Take part in public product testing, respecting...
Hello, daring self-determinativist, stalwart seeker of self-betterment, or rapacious rogue of corporatism. Welcome to Auntie's Choice, esteemed invaluable as in Ida. Your assignments will be some of the most decisive and admirable tasks. Idas help explore the wilds, plot our path, and shape the evolution of our beloved corporation. And with enough rugged determinism, you might even live to see the results.
Assembled and vastly rebettered it through artificial means. At Auntie's Choice, we strive to be 110% wholly plus artificial. Artificiality is our guiding principle. Enjoy an artificially enhanced existence through the conspicuous consumption of unavoidable embedded chemicals. With Auntie's Choice.
That's right, a life filled with action, adventure, riches, and romance awaits. Now, if you'll just exit through to your left, 2 of our top 29 vice presidents are... And remember, Auntie's Choice...
With my latest demotions report, starting with Dr. Giles West. Demoted from his and click.
Tronicular. Arriving any moment now. Approaching station. Current intake.
With Auntie's
Them wraps all taken care of yet? All good news to me, friend. Anything here's the
Commander, over here. Commander, wanted to chat with you about the cartridge that courier gave us. Ain't heard from Ortiz in, might well have been a year at this point. That's how it... If he's spending his hard-earned bits to would you watch the message with me? Suppose I am. He's a good friend of mine, or at least he was. Or we otherwise parted ways. If something's wrong... True.
Inez, it's Ortiz. Look, I ain't got long. Neither for this message nor for life. I made a mistake. I signed up to get grafted, but it's gone wrong. Should have known when I got to the lab that something was off. It was a secret, they said. We couldn't tell no one. And now my blood's infected and I'm as good as dead. Oh, I just wanted to be like you. I should have reached out sooner. Whatever you do, Inez.
Commander, if it's as he says, I ain't got a choice. Will you help me? Thank you, Commander. We keep our lamps lit.
Judgment! Our commander hangs first to the complicit!
Those fools! Protectorate subjects should know better than to attack a Protectorate arbiter. I had no choice but to judge them as traitors to the Protectorate. Why would they simply open fire? Why wouldn't... Once they saw myself, they should have disengaged, owing to my presence on official arbiter business. I shall continue to answer slights of this nature.
Zero life forms detected in hangar.
Attention, IRC staff. Please head inside for an important announcement from the console. Attendance is mandatory.
Earth Directorate agents are exempt from commands issued by non-director level entities.
Tasks of 6 subjects. Active job queue maximum exceeded. Excluding additional input.
Now, the latest word on superior protectorate products.
Neither migraines, nor muscle aches, nor plasma weapon cauterization will save you from thine appointed tasks. When duty
Due to an anomalous event, the Interstitial Hall and Exhibition Tower is off limits for the foreseeable future to any and all non-essential personnel. All requests to view the prototype Rift Anomaly Modulator are hereby suspended for the time being. Please direct all further queries and study petitions to the lead researcher's office.
Upon successful larceny of the Rift Modulator, Commander, You may be able to use the device to reconstitute rifts such as this one.
Subjects, listen well. Days ago, our beloved sovereign, in his infinite wisdom, submitted himself to mental refreshment to strengthen his resolve for the good of all. At his command, I, Emery Thoreau, now accept the responsibility of shepherding you through these dark times until our sovereign's blessed return. I shall not take this duty lightly, for I address you today not as the consul, nor even as your new leader, which I am, but as a simple man who wants nothing more than to defend his home and his neighbors. But I cannot do it alone.
Comparative analysis of the consul's speech to that of other dictators suggest a high likelihood that a coup has occurred.
What? That's impossible. This must be some kind of ploy on the consul's behalf. I don't believe it.
I call upon you to stand tall with renewed zeal. Together, we will finish our great sovereign's work and purge Arcadia of those who seek to harm us. We shall clench our victory and step into the prosperous future our matriarch promised.
yourself with Sovereign. Matriarch's mercy.
His gaze sees all.
That scum. That miserable scum. To think he would stoop so low as to overthrow the Sovereign. I shall not rest until the Consul pays for his treachery and Arcadia's rightful ruler is reinstated. Do you truly believe this to be a fine time? I fear how my fellow subjects will respond to this news. I believe that most will remain loyal to the Sovereign, but I will need to deal with those who strayed. That it does. How long has this... I sincerely doubt this is the end of my thoughts related...
That's somebody...
The Protectorate endures!
Maintaining perfection!
Arbiter, I know I do not have leave to access these security files, but...
At ease, subject.
Then, does your arrival have something to do with the commotion I heard just now? Are we under attack by the enemy? Looking for proof. There was an incident recently, and I believe our head of security is...
Of course.
Albin Valancourt is the sentinel charged with supervising this facility and all its researchers. I recommend he be replaced until such time as his behavior has received proper scrutiny and subsequent correction.
I remind you that I am in no way beholden to your recommend...
Oh, of course. Should you require further data points for your assessment, however, I would most dutifully provide them, including my version of the recent incident. Unless your lamps have oxidized, you must have noticed my arm. I lost it saving the Sovereign from a rift experiment gone wrong. Naturally, Valancourt supplied my name for the reports, incriminating me in the eyes of my colleagues. And since he's closed off that wing of the lab, I can't prove my innocence. You are in the company of an arbiter, so whatever the cause of the incident, it is my duty as a law-abiding Protectorate subject to gather proof and uncover its cause. Really, Valancourt is forcing my hand here. Help you with acquisition? Assuredly not. If what I am offering is help afterward. Once you take the prototype, it will set off an immediate lockdown. That modulator will be necessary to unfold the rift and find the evidence I need. And if Valancourt suffers repercussions for its loss, I will count that as an added benefit. That is privileged information. Might as well. If that's the most compelling argument you can conjure, then my answer back to the topic at hand. Do we have an accord? Or do you intend to make further errors in judgment by the kind that proves I did not dishonor myself by making a mistake, and that the cause of the disaster was due to some... The prototype rift modulator is currently in Interstitial Hall. Once you have the prototype, make your way to Valancourt's quarters. He should have a spare key card. Be cautious. The guards of this facility will attack anyone unfamiliar to them. But once you have the key card and rift device, reconvene here, and we'll go together to the wing. Valancourt keeps all of the items he confiscates from the staff in a locked closet in his quarters. There may be something pertaining to the investigation within. I've already shared more with you than I ought have. But that's an ugly way to describe a legitimate transfer of power. And if you're trying to bait me into expressing an opinion of my superiors, I assure a technicality. He's inferior in every way that matters. The Interstitial Reconfiguration Center was created to continue researching into rifts, following a... How do you know about that? That disaster and its... Regardless, or we were. Due to the exacerbation of the Greater Rift in public, Henry has adopted the affectations of his father. He becomes most animated when we discuss how matter might be reconstituted from the rifts. What was lost somehow His motivations are personal. All I am willing to say is that he is a man who loved his family.
Should this announcement not have come from the Sovereign himself? The Protectorate endures!
Prosecuting! Viscerally!
Readying assault protocols.
Refilling my weapon! Maintaining perfection! Oh, you're out there!
None shall hide from it.
Be a good neighbor! Right, back to it. Maintaining perfection. Can't fight contentment! Trust the plan. Each a vital cog.
That rift is strange. Though I'm wary of engaging with these anomalies, it's possible there may be something worthwhile within.
They would drive us into disarray. Restoring the balance.
This sight makes every hair stand on end. Grab the modulating device, then let us be off with extreme haste.
Fortifying.
Assist me, will you?
Providing a host. Have reached an alarming low.
Recommencing hostilities.
Taking punitive action.
There you are. A 5-star grenade.
You have my thanks and my effort.
Maintaining your battle.
Pushing ahead.
Emergency protocols ready.
Control thief. Yes, you with the rift modulator. I've made the intercom available to you. Avail yourself of it. It's not every day that someone is fool enough to break into the Interstitial Reconfiguration Center, aided and abetted by one of our very own arbiters, no less. I'd be obliged if you would regale me with the tale of how you managed to get this far. Prototype modulator. The first of many such devices. I suspect you did not reach here unaided. So who was it? Which one of my undutiful brain boxes? You cannot fault me for... Well, there will be time to scrutinize every angle of this breach at a later date, once I have dealt with you. Does such bravado... So be it. We can forgo civilities.
Help you to a ne'er-do-well.
You must keep your blood within, Commander!
As of this morning's demonstration, we have finally proven my central thesis. Matter within the rifts is not permanently destroyed. Broken down into pure information. This confirms many of our theories about the rift to an overwhelming degree. The potential to restore this information, albeit imperfectly. I expect the Sovereign will be most pleased. I'm scheduled to meet with him later today to discuss my findings more in depth. Note to self, impress upon the Sovereign the risks of this research, lest he insist on attending the next demonstration. I surely cannot rely on Valancourt to do his actual job.
Prudence dictates, eye your neighbors carefully. Not friendly life form detected.
Especially perturbed. You know what Prudence always says. Frolic, trance, and change your heart's reasonable abandon? No, it's only for celebrating the downfall of our enemies. This temperament can hide in plain sight. Say, remember that time the Sovereign caught us comparing pitchball cards? He was so excited about you having that vintage foil of his favorite Sovereign slugger.
That was ages ago. I'm a Protectors of Piety fan now.
Isn't that the console's favorite team?
Would have been 17 today. I can scarce imagine her. My little son. Nearly a woman grown. Will she recognize her father, I wonder? After all he has done to bring her back, will she gaze upon him with pride? Happiest of returns, Miranda. I trust this year to be the last one we share apart.
The Sovereign's own quarters. I am in awe. Any detritus you may see is most assuredly part of his great plans. Good decision to disable these machines. There is no glory to be found fighting constantly.
Doubted. Their seal never lagged.
Do you suppose there's been another incident? Like the one with the Sovereign?
No. It seems we may have been intruded upon during the Consul's announcement. I heard it from one of Valancourt's men. An outsider, apparently. Violent.
How ghastly. Well, Valancourt no doubt has it in hand. Perhaps this will take some of his edge off and he'll let us...
It's the battle!
Was their trespass against us?
The Protectorate endures.
Our commander hangs from a...
Back in my...
Fortifying teammate.
Sustain the system.
Flush him out!
For our beneficent leader!
They manufacture one!
We shall stay their ambitions.
We are duty bound to stop them! They would drive us into disarray. For our beneficent leader! Sustain the system! They hate dark! A vital cause.
They covet our due bounty!
Maintaining perfection.
Under his constant...
Shouldn't we warn those soldiers not to stand so close to our experience? No greater teacher than experience.
Damn it! Where'd they get to now? For our beneficent leader! Careful, might be lying in wait.
A boarding charge!
This office is more immaculate than my quarters. I have found that the tidiest spaces often lie filth-sodden deeds.
Trust the plan. Preserve set progress. Sustain the system. Seems suspect.
Having that device nabbed on his watch nigh guarantees Valancourt a long stay and mental refreshment.
Should he ever amass the courage to confront me in the flesh?
Of course. An Arbiter's judgment is always sound. Matriarch's blessings. I'll lead us to the restricted wing now. Once there, reopen the rift using... very excuse of interstitial reconfigurating matter that plagued my arm. Let's open the hood, shall we? Rifts reconstitute matter in an imprecise manner, but use your imagination to conjure the original scene. That could lead us to the evidence we need. You've discovered something. I knew it! I am absolved. And yet, I would characterize Valancourt as many vile and unmentionable things, but a traitor? No. A man cannot defecate for all the time I've spent trying to I think I'm beginning to understand exactly what happened here. But... discovered something. I think I can formulate. Our dear head of security has much to answer for. We need to go and confront. I'm no longer willing to wait for the arc of justice to bend in my favor. Valancourt needs to die for what he's done. The kind that buys you time to do what you need to. If we can find a way to isolate Valancourt from his forces, I'll go first. Follow behind, but not too closely. I'll keep Valancourt talking so that you can get a good angle on him. But his patience isn't limitless, so be swift. Attack when ready. No need to wait. Oh, and there's also a rift in the hangar. An experimental byproduct, as it were. I would avoid interacting with it, lest you...
Dr. Hurley, pleasant as I find your company, I must ask you to vacate the area at once. I am preparing our defenses against an intruder.
truth.
Hold the pleasantries, Valancourt. I know you sabotaged the experiment that nearly killed me and the Sovereign.
I shall not stay your execution.
You denied innocence. Stephen is in the final green bridge. Gone.
Alert. Hostile.
Thus always to traitors. Morale will certainly improve in the lab now, I should think, provided...
If Valancourt's replacement is anything other than routinely amiable...
I had prepared this trauma kit, but obviously that turned out to be an unnecessary precaution. Please, take it with my gratitude. I'm not sure murdering the head of security at a highly valued... Have no fear. No evidence of our... Thank you again. But you mustn't stay. Go. I'll handle the cleanup.
Now that you have the Rift modulator, any previously inaccessible rift could be worth revisiting. Rifts may contain useful equipment and resources. However, due to the chaotic nature of reconstitution, some creative problem-solving may be required in reaching them.
Let us make our way to Paradise Island at once. My blood boils at the consul's gall. He will pay 1,000 times for this treachery. Any fool enough to...
There, Arbiter Rao. Though I am here on official business, I would prefer to keep this cordial. The Consul seeks answers related to your recent activities. I approach you openly in the hopes that you will comply with his request and come with me peaceably.
What do you blather about? Delay me and you will pay the price. Not only do I have more pressing business with a colleague, but I do not answer to Sentinels or the Consul.
His loss. I heard Auntie's in the market for a big, dumb, winsome bodyguard. He'd be paid handsomely in spratwurst and backhanded compliments.
Questions of intent. Now, what shall it be, Arbiter Rao? I sent the message that drew you here. Virgil shall not arrive to aid your decision-making.
Virgil's not coming, you say? Curious. And here I was thinking I was already present.
Virgil! Touting your flair for the dramatic, even now, I see. But I fear our reunion must wait until we've dealt with this pawn of the Consul.
I had not expected a third party, but it is so much the better. I'm afraid you must come with me as well, Arbiter Montag.
A sentinel demanding anything of me? What madness! Neither Tristan nor I shall accompany you anywhere. Any attempts to force us shall be met with violent reprisal.
I'm somewhat embarrassed to acknowledge that, in my haste to see Virgil, I seem to have led us into a trap. Though ironically, it appears Virgil has been caught as well.
This fool impersonated my credentials, triggering a system alert that led me here. A lowly deception, even for one of the Consul's own.
It was a necessary deception, and one not undertaken lightly. Its aim was to draw your colleague here without bloodshed, for I know he would not have arrived at my request.
Your explanation does not pull my heartstrings, Sentinel. Yet you at least had the sense not to assail us outright.
You may not believe me, but I have much admiration for the work you and Arbiter Montag have done for the... Enough loyal subjects have died in this war. Come willingly and peaceably, I beseech you. Both Arbiter Rao and Arbiter Montag were explicitly requested to return to Praetor by the Consul, alongside all other Arbiters some months ago. Refusal without reason is treasonous.
And I'm sure that if we went, we would have been returned whole, neither interrogated nor mentally refreshed. As if your master's nefarious agenda would allow that.
I've no inkling of what you speak. My only master is the Protectorate. My only agenda, the return of peace throughout Arcadia.
Very well. But be warned, I'm not exactly trained in the art of improvisation. We'll need a very good reason for my not answering the Consul's summons.
Come now, do you expect me to believe that? Not only are you not in shackles, but you're also still alive. I can't imagine Arbiter Rao would have allowed that.
That's right. It's filled with...
Keep back! It's good that I'm not a more headstrong sentinel, lest this situation have devolved in...
So he's chosen not to attack, but the situation has not changed. We spare him his...
What are you talking about? I do not seek to hide the Supreme Arbiter's death. I seek to find her killer. Such was next on my list of duties, after I apprehended you.
No. My earlier reluctance to kill this Sentinel does not denote trust.
This is all clearly a tactic on the Consul's behalf. By sending out his agents, he seeks to deflect suspicion from himself. That is...
What must you think of me? Or my fellow Sentinels, that you'd even suggest I'd lie to Arbiters? But you needn't take me at my word. My next assignment was to investigate the Oculus collating post. A hidden room there may contain information pertinent to the investigation. I cannot speak to its purpose.
Or it is yet another falsity.
It's a risk worth taking. I can endure whatever the Consul sends.
I'm pleased to be of service, in some manner or another. Protectorate subjects should aid one another. If you had not interrupted me, I would have committed a terrible injustice upon my brethren. I will take my leave of the lot of you, and in peace. It is my sincere hope that...
I shall follow him out, just to certify he... That's done with. He left peaceably.
That was some impressively savvy improvisation before, Commander. Without you, circumstances would have certainly devolved into a battle to the death.
I'll spare you my doubts for the umpteenth time, Tristan.
I appreciate your caution, but it is quite unnecessary. My comrade and I will look into Oculus collating post. Yes, but never for long. And it's been many. I regret we've not had more time to...
Worry not. I'm certain we'll have I have several leads of my own to pursue, as a matter of fact.
Law damn turrets won't make it easy for us.
Arbiter Nebs, the words are a song to my ears. This, no doubt, is the opportunity I have long awaited. These hapless recruits arrived just before the invasion. No sooner had they set down their bags than their instructors were called to the war front. I read the fear, the uncertainty in their faces. And I knew, as this outpost's primary practice target replacement technician, I alone could teach them. They see me as their leader, their arbiter. I will not fail. Should the invasion breach our defenses, I will stand proudly at the vanguard, shoot to kill, and lead them to victory.
That tremendous statue is of Matriarch Alexandra Varric, founder of the Protectorate. I'm shocked the traitors haven't defaced it.
aircraft raring to go.
Got twitchy feet!
You ain't worth crap. I have to make a
I used to love taking the train across Dorado, seeing the Marcasite caverns, silence, desolation. But that's all in the past now.
a mite marginal, Commander. Help me end this fight on my feet.
I am loath to admit...
You know when you express
this again, Rao. Auntie is bringing the free market to Arcadia. The free market is what allows anyone to choose their path in life. The free market is good.
Free market? Ah, preposterous. If it were free, anyone could take what they wished at any time.
It ain't free like that. It's free in the sense that it's been liberated from outside control. Like the Earth Directorate, or your sovereign. Folk can buy what they want, when they want.
What if someone needs something they cannot pay for?
Then they are free to take on work until they can pay for it. Look, in our society, we ain't limited by ration cards or clearance levels. Only by our industriousness. Inspiring, right?
Yes. The idea of the multitudes needing to slave for basic necessities is truly inspiring. Feelings of revulsion.
Once you reach the vault, it will all be worth it. Your arrival cannot be more timely. After the events of Paradise Island, I could think of no one more suited to conduct a surgical strike of this nature. I'm, glad to see you again as well, Niles.
Gotta say you had me worried. The message you sent sounded serious.
Then I composed it accurately. To the task at hand. We are standing before the tomb of the Matriarch. Few are invited to tour its halls, and even fewer know of its greatest secret. For any subject, visiting the Matriarch and First Sovereign's resting place is the pinnacle of empty social achievement. But the tomb's corpses are its least important feature. The intelligence my friends risked all to acquire revealed a vault in its lowest level containing the Matriarch's body of work, hidden from the public. Who knows what technologies the Protectorate is withholding? If the Matriarch was the genius she's purported to be, the skip drive cannot be the entirety of her inventions. Whatever technological advancements may be sequestered here, the goal is, but not for much longer. We are going to liberate any and all of the Matriarch's research, whatever it may be, and distribute it to the people. Reaching the vault will be no simple task. There are likely to be unforeseen security measures to contend with, though hopefully nothing too obstructive. We must first gain entry to the security room, however. Once there, I should be able to access more information about the lower level's layout and potential hazards.
There's no one else left. Consul made damn sure of that.
The failure at the Vox, an escaped prisoner, cannot be tolerated. The Consul ordered a colony-wide search that netted the rest of our cell. Audra blames herself, even though she shouldn't.
Don't tell me how to feel, Zeb. You mind your guilt, I'll mind mine.
What the commander said. We thought...
I will not pretend it isn't a blow, but what's done is done. There will be time to grieve once the
I can see a half-dozen points of failure, but bad odds ain't ever stopped us before.
Glad we're operating under the same understanding. We're unlikely to have another chance like this. We must follow through now that we've made the opening. Which also means, once inside, slim chance of that. I'll not assume.
Color me surprised.
After you. Stay close and keep silent. The less attention we draw, the better. By the Matriarch, there weren't supposed to be visitors today. That Sentinel and Docent are gonna put splinters in our plan if they're not dealt with.
You hang back here. The commander and I'll take care of this.
Gladly. I'll rejoin you once the path is clear.
Woe to have the Matriarch taken from us before her time.
Actually, the Matriarch passed the impressive age of 90, establishing Arcadia's precedent for longevity.
90! So young! Imagine what glorious inventions she could have conceived of with only a handful more years.
Let this accord between the Protectorate and the Order of the Ascendant mark the moment of Arcadia's true birth.
Beloved Matriarch, you are nearer to perfection as anyone living could ever achieve. It will be the honor of the Order to serve as the Protectorate's scientific helpmates.
All that I do for my subjects and their descendants. Gloria Arcadia!
Gloria Arcadia!
For my next gift, I bestow upon you the pinnacle of automechanical design, far superior to all automechanicals that came before. The time once spent in numbing manual labor may now be spent in harmonious community with your neighbor, and in humble service to the Protectorate. May art and science flourish in these many hours, which I have returned to you.
Warning, power at 13%. Power cell has been partially depleted due to inaction.
I now present to you my new invention, the Skip Drive. A revolutionary technology that will allow humanity to sojourn to the stars.
Only a singular mind could have conceived of such advanced technology.
It is my deepest wish to entrust the Skip Drive to those brave visionaries willing to follow me into a most prosperous future.
Yes, so wise matriarch, lead us into this future you have envisioned.
Set course for Arcadia. In my new colony, we will abandon the illness of corporatism. None will suffer for the pleasure of unseen overlords. And all will thrive. Everything in accordance with the grand...
You get turned around? Something more important than Look, you can leave, but you'll leave alone. I'm staying. I won't follow anyone unwilling to put some skin in the game for me. Not to worry. Whatever you choose.
They never questioned, never doubted. Their zeal never lagged.
Guns cocked and loaded. Just get this in. Looking a little woozy there, Commander.
Someone call for a medic. To the rescue! Sight unseen.
Well done springing the jaws of that trap on the Sentinel. Now to give that docent similar treatment.
Certainly. How in the blazes am I to report this?
More ambulation, less aspiration.
Honing in on source. Triangulating all armed and ready.
Now that's been taken care of, we can continue. Wait there. I'll come to you.
All handled. There should be a hidden entrance here. There. We can access the lower level now. security room that we need to reach is nearby. We should be able to disable that energy barrier from there.
Who goes? No one is allowed in here without the proper authorization. Ah, I see you have come armed. Intruders, then.
Damn, the head curator. I had hoped to slip in before his shift, but no matter. We cannot allow him to leave and raise the alarm. He must be dispatched, quickly.
How's that now?
Now hold on. I know we had to kill that fella with the Sentinel, but this man's unarmed. He's already surrendered.
I rather think that line has some blurry distinction.
How much of a fuss could this one fella cause, really? Come on, Zeb. No need to cut any bellies over maybes and ifs.
Please, if secrecy's your concern, you may
Allowing him to leave would be a grave error of mercy, one we can ill afford in this place.
Yes, right. I have a family. Well, no, not as yet.
Do not allow these crabbled tears to fool you. This is all a performance. This man is an instrument of empire, perpetuating the tyrant's lies. And where our positions revert...
I'm kin to the risks, Zeb.
Are you? Can you even fathom the indignity of having your every thought scrutinized? My sister was made into a shadow. I endured daily sessions with the lathe of particularity and still find...
The commander's right. This man didn't put you in the lathe, Zeb. He's just trapped in the system.
I never have possessed immunity against your pleading. Fine,
You are merciful and wise. I will depart at once.
Let's hope the consequences of... You and Niall should turn off the power to the security barrier and make your way to the...
No going back from here. Not until we've done what we came to.
Don't set foot in that room. The schematics on this console indicate this place is defended by all manner of traps. One moment. Yes. It appears there are N-ray tripwires, invisible to the naked eye, that will electrify the... Move cautiously. And if you have any gadgets that might help, I suggest using them.
Over here, Commander. Reckon I found something that might be useful later. Have a look, Commander. With a little elbow grease and some inadvisable engineering, who knows? Could come in handy. Just doing my part. But let's keep on. I'll continue.
3 switches in this room. I'm told in the correct order, the doors should open. If I'm reading this right, the order is 1, 3, 2. But which switch corresponds to which number? Ah, damn it. Why must the Protectorate obstruct everything?
There must be a way to suss out which switch is which.
By my grandmother, I cannot abide the time this research into the rifts is taking. It has been years, and yet I am still absent my wife and daughter. I am still half whole. The researchers swear it's possible to bring them back from the void. Perhaps those are only pretty lies intended to pacify me, but I trust Dr. Hurley to tell me the truth. I know the Consul wishes me to give up this obsession and focus on the war effort, but why should I? Am I not sovereign of Arcadia? Should my desires not take priority?
Zeb seem a little off to you, Commander? I think that business with the Curator. I'm glad Zeb stood down, but it was close. Never seen him so eager for bloodletting before. He's changed. I know you're right. Suppose part of me still feels well, no use stewing.
That vault door is quite the obstruction. Fortunately, there should be a code. No. Fuck! They changed it recently. That shouldn't have happened until next week. I'm certain I can diagnose the issue. Now that you've cleared the way, I'll come down and join you.
I might have something else that can get you into that vault, Commander. Remember those components I found? I was able to turn them. Turns out you were right about trusting my instincts. You take the honors, Commander. I'll be right behind you.
Not now. For a more subtle incursion, but no matter.
Am I running hot, or was that a hint of worry I heard in your voice back there?
Alas, I neglected to pack a thermometer. This terminal should allow me to retrieve all the information stored here. This cannot be right. There's nothing here save the designs for this. Designs for the skip drive. Not even initial concepts. 10 years in Arcadia and the Matriarch invented... nothing? And what's this about a deal with the Earth Directorate? We need to talk. Now.
In times of darkness, we must hold our principles dear. I fear the longer this war continues, the further we stray from them. Every step we take must honor the Matriarch. I tell Henry this, but he is set in his ways. His notions regarding these rifts are sorely misguided. Why close them when we can use them to Arcadia's benefit? It matters not what the Order thinks, what the Doubters say. The Architect bestowed us with the power of skip drives so that we may secure a perfect future. We must act with haste. I only ever wished for Henry to embrace his role as the caretaker of Arcadia, the savior of us all. But if he has chosen a different path, I will do as I must. And I must not fail.
I knew the Protectorate festered with lies. Niles, did you know?
Slow up, Zeb. What are you talking about?
It says your agency struck an agreement with the Matriarch over a century ago. In exchange for skip drives, Arcadia was allowed to completely govern itself with absolutely no outside interference, including from the Earth Directorate.
What message? Why didn't you say anything about it sooner?
If this information is true, then the Earth Directorate permitted the Matriarch to create a colony filled with everything Arcadia is. All of the suffering that's taken place here. It all could have been avoided. There's more. The skip drive schematics are here. How the explosive safeguards against tampering work. Our dear Matriarch is a fraud. A cheat. She did not invent the skip drive. There are messages here between her and the First Sovereign that all but confirm it. I thought I might find some technological innovation that could be handed to the Protectorate's enemies. But this is almost better. By releasing this information, we can thoroughly crush the image the Protectorate has been built upon. No longer will the Protectorate's myth of superiority be used as a cudgel against its own populace. Erstwhile, giving the skip drive designs to the Protectorate's enemies will even the fight. Their technological prowess will be made into nothing. Everything will come apart.
Downsides like how the skip drives are causing rifts? Yeah, I say that's worth a fret. Not to mention how this agreement with the Protectorate will completely
I was not aware of such a connection between rifts and the skip drives. As for the Earth Directorate, don't you see? This frees them from any obligation to the Protectorate. They'll be able to manufacture skip drives themselves. The deal will be voided.
It's worth holding the Earth Directorate's feet to the fire for this deal, but I don't think the entire organization should be judged by its worst decision. It's done a lot of good. Plus, making the skip drive tech available, that's like throwing a lit match into a fuel converter.
Do you think the Protectorate stand around debating the potential for injury? No. They act, and so must we. Damn the consequences. And should I refuse to leave empty-handed? What then?
Whoa. I know you're aiming to do the most good for the most amount of people, Zeb.
Do you know how many of my friends died so we could reach the... And you would have me what? Give up now on the cusp of victory? Lay bare...
You remember what we argued about? The day before I left?
I've replayed it in my mind many times.
A lot's changed. But that hasn't. Life in Arcadia could be just like we dreamed it. But there's no future if you go through with this. Not for anyone.
Out of respect for my friend, I will forestall the release of this information and seek another avenue to help liberate. I'll remain here for a while longer to cover our tracks. The Protectorate will discuss...
Guess this is good.
Only for now.
If I want to talk it over with the commander, but... We should keep moving, Commander.
These are the ruffians who threaten me.
Hostile ahead.
See that they shall suffer none of these defilers.
Efficiently and in short order. Commander, you're bleeding.
I'm going for you. Taking cover. That cover spot looks much better.
Ammunition sustained.
Be a good neighbor.
Back in business.
Damn it. Zeb was right. Never should have let that curator go. We could have prevented this. Don't even know where to start with everything that happened in there. At least we were able to talk Zeb out of his plan. I'm all for sowing chaos in the Protectorate, but that kind of information is liable to do more harm than good, and I understand his desperation. What I don't understand is the Earth Directorate's part in Arcadia's existence. I expect backroom dealing from unregulated corporations, not from the only agency keeping them in check. The Earth Directorate should be better than that. Permission to speak candid, Commander. Strange as it sounds, this whole experience ain't easy having to decide between your allies and protecting untold innocence. It's the damnedest thing. And Augustine still owes a debt to us, and the rest of the galaxy. Maybe she pays it all someday, and maybe she doesn't. Either way, you were right to give her the chance. If you taught me anything, reckon time will decide the heroes from villains in this tale, but it's going to be hard to forgive the Earth Directorate for arranging the stage like this in the first place. Deep down, I'm still convinced the galaxy something has to change within. All said, I appreciate you giving me the space to work through this. Sort of feels like the future's opening back up after likewise.
Got some bad company. check enemy light just turned on.
Reporting is so neighborly, suspicion rightly so.
Hostile thing.
Let the Paradigm worry about tomorrow.
Might have a problem.
Got eyes on some no. Got troublemaker. Enemy about. I'm locked in.
Eyes up.
Our paradigm is ironclad.
Rough customers about.
Eye your neighbors carefully. Appreciate if you cleared out. Appears I have ascertained the problem. Perfect society demands perfect thought. Imperfection is impossible when the mind is a thing of symmetry. Nuisance resolved. All subjects prosper under the guidance of our beneficent ruler, the Sovereign. Gonna make me walk on over there, huh? It's over there? Better take a gander.
Coming up on some
Let the
foes.
paradigm worry about tomorrow.
You base it in. I'll take care of him, Commander.
is the duty of every Protectorate subject to ensure they are operating at peak efficiency at all times. Trust the plan, preserve set progress, sustain the system, serve the...
Best turn around. Central Control, I've heard a great deal regarding your exploits within the Protectorate.
I've no desire to slay you, but if you seek to prevent me from pursuing my duties...
Arbiter Rao did not report to the Consul's summons. Consequently, he is wanted for questioning. It is only our difference in rank that stays my hand from attempting arrest. Very well. I shall not sound the alarm. But you are still not permitted to enter this...
Commander, I've only visited Oculus Collating Post a handful of times, and that was long before its deprecation. But something is to be found there. I'm sure of it. I did not care for that exchange at all. The idea that the Consul would stymie me into... Regardless, we do have alternate means of ingress. I seem to recall there's also the prisoner entrance on the right. If you're sufficiently dexterous, you may...
Our enemies envy our prosperity, disdain our sense of community. They sneer at our contentment.
That somebody?
Trouble ahead.
All charged up.
Regain sight!
Remember, all subjects prosper under the guidance of our beneficent ruler, the Consul.
Sustain the system!
Only the Protectorate possesses the advanced technology process. That's why we're all
Lost track of them. They envy our prosperity.
Prudence dictates we rout all destructive influences.
Better investigate. A perfect society demands perfect thoughts.
Punitive action.
Orders Wellnatarium. Here
Personally overseen by Head Refresher Gould, the top cognitive advisor responsible for making the mental refreshment. It is the duty of every Protectorate subject to ensure they are operating at peak efficiency at all times. The paradigm requires it. That's why mental refreshment is so important.
feeling distracted? Daydreaming on the job? Mental refreshment centers are there to
Come right in, and be refreshed.
Let's go now.
It is the duty of every Protectorate subject to ensure they are operating at peak efficiency at all times. The paradigm requires it. That's why mental refreshment is so important.
be aligned with the paradigm, to shed all manner of imperfect thoughts,
All it takes is some light instruction, a restorative cocktail,
and a quick dip into the lathe of particularity to abrade your imperfections.
I'm Head Refresher Gould, and I guarantee when you exit our doors,
You'll be a productive member of our perfect society again. Soon you'll say,
goodbye, imperfect thoughts, hello, contentment.
As an arbiter, I welcome any procedure that... Why is the room spinning?
We reject individualism in... its many forms.
Greetings, subject. Or should I say, refreshed to be. Welcome to the Wellnetarium. You're not on my schedule. A walk-in, then. Wonderful. Once you're properly...
That doe-eyed expression, those ambling sentences, I do believe...
Oh, you appear to have questions. A telltale sign of needing refreshment. Why, of course. Naturally. It is the duty of every subject to submit for a quick mental tune-up whenever we experience imperfect thoughts or lack a little zeal.
Remember, collective cognitive compliance is a key part of our perfect society. When we comply...
Placid Waters Wellnetarium is the primary mental refreshment facility on Praetor. We are tasked with ensuring local... Head Refresher Gould says mental refreshment increases tractability. I've undergone the procedure myself. Several times, they say, and look at me now. Never more simply step over to my automechanical colleague to my left, / you're right.
Mental refreshment is so important.
The mental refreshment process increases tractability, stifles undue agitation,
Goodbye, imperfect thoughts. Hello, contentment.
fashions the mind into a thing of symmetry.
Greeting, subject unscheduled. Welcome to Placid Waters Wellnetarium. Evaluation commencing. Subjects are required to respond 100% accurately to all queries. Bespoke prescribed regimens may produce untoward ramifications if baseline data is greater than minutely erroneous. Query 1. Concisely characterize your personal perspective.
That's why we are all happy and contented, and others are not.
Incorrect. The accepted answer is, I fulfill my duty to the Sovereign as a loyal protectorate subject by operating at peak efficacy. Without query 2. Rate your present level of zealous efficaciousness on a scale of 1 to 5. 5 being the highest, 3 being a traitor, 1 being dead. Incorrect. Wait, processing. That was correct. The degree of zealous efficaciousness. Query 3. Do you ever fall prey to imperfect thoughts, including, but not limited to, doubt, disbelief, uncertainty, curiosity, unacceptable? A perfect society demands final query. How would your neighbors describe you? Unsatisfactory response. The appropriate reply was, they formulating conclusion. Phrenometric matrix delineated. Subject evaluation score total 200 out of 200. The acceptable amount for a true and dutiful protectorate subject is 0. In conclusion, you are in now. Proceed to the nearby pneumatic tube to collect your complimentary unitard and lift pass. Your realignment with the paradigm begins now.
Stifles undue agitation, stymies untoward inclination.
Unsanctioned thoughts or strict notions are a gateway to mayhem, bedlam, turmoil, and...
Collective cognitive compliance is a key part of your prescribed curative regime. Think only prescribed drugs
and no bliss and plenty.
Never more content. Never more content.
Technology and know-how behind the mental...
They would deem my resolve inadequate? Insanity! Their analysis procedure is clearly faulty.
Their team plays the worst anyone has ever played. Our first back is perfect.
Has concluded for today. Please proceed to request an exception.
Greetings, new person. You have a look of query about you. I have answers to questions and no questions to answer. Hello. My name is Abigail, and I am realigned with the paradigm. It is the duty of all Protectorate subjects to regularly... I am newly full of zeal, free of imperfect thoughts. My mind is a thing of symmetry. Pondering begets disharmony. To deliberate is to court ruin. Notions are a gateway to mayhem, bedlam, turmoil, and vexation. Thinking never made anybody happy. I once possessed a failing of character where I would voice simple statements in a way that sounded like a question? Drat! There, did it again. Anyhow, I would... Right as rain, neighbor. Nevermore. I only experience approved emotions. Doubt and worry are notably unsanctioned. A perfect society. Head Refresher Gould says his recorded lectures are key to thinking approved thoughts. That... a restorative cocktail of pharmaceuticals, and a quick dip into the lathe of particularity device can just follow the signs to the lecture hall. Why, it's right outside Head Refresher Gould's office. Only internally, I'm afraid. You should speak. Refreshment is in...
Medicament dispensable has concluded for today. Please proceed to the lecture hall to request an exception.
Oh, you're new. Must be. You still retain that look of inquiry and deliberation. I'm Waylon. No, I'm newly full of zeal. They say my phrenometric peaks are resistant to abradement, but still, they try. Wait, I just blinked several I couldn't leave. Not yet. Haven't completed my regimen. May you Hello again. Feeling refreshed yet? Not sure. I once felt the same way. Others too. One even dug a tunnel. Staff didn't like that. A facilitator said that I'd been here thrice, but I only remember once or twice. I couldn't leave. Not yet. Haven't completed my regimen. May you
I'm realigned with the paradigm.
The kitchen pantry is presently off limits due to anomalous structural tampering.
Settle down, everyone. Lecture's playing. Prepare to be edified.
For today's topic, we'll touch on why our program is so very important. Ignorant, misguided outsiders may wonder, why does the Protectorate need mental refreshment? Doesn't it inhibit personal freedom? Yet this freedom they celebrate is a yawning chaos, and their choice is an invitation to failure, loss, and anarchy. It is a
Imperfection is impossible when the mind is
as my good friend the Consul would say, at its base, humanity unguided is cravenly, inept, and slothful. We of the Protectorate are not, because we do not allow ourselves to be. The paradigm charts our course, gives us purpose. The Consul is the firm hand that guides us. Mental refreshment keeps us on task, free from doubt, efficient, perfect. And thus we enjoy amity, luxury, and resplendence. The system provides, the system abides.
What a splendid lecture. At least, I'm sure it was. I began thinking about the rocks in my boots halfway through.
Oh, a new face. Well, I'd welcome you to the Wellnetarium, but admitting you question is the first step in your recovery. But worry not. Soon enough, with our help and a little work, you'll never question again. You must mean the Lathe of Particularity. One assumes you haven't had a session with Head Refresher Gould yet. You've missed the daily medicament dispensement, if that's what you mean. But you should take that up with the medicament dispensement automac auto-mechanically dispenses medicaments. 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 I see you found the lecture as edifying as all the others here. Good. Head Refresher Gould provides us with daily lectures in audio cartridge form to steer group thinking. Upstairs in the audiovisual aids office, of course. Though that area is off limits to all subjects not a part of facility staff or security. How very interesting. Here, take my pass then. You'll feel ever so...
I was sure we'd be forced to slay her. Despite her quirks, I'm pleased we managed to avoid this.
She sure ain't asking many questions. Though I figure that's the aim of this refreshment nonsense.
Greeting, unscheduled walk-in. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the highest, 1 being the lowest, how mentally refreshed are you feeling today? Noting dire self-diagnosis and ably displaying concern. My word. Inform the nearest I am responsible for providing medicament dispensement. Has concluded for the day. Response. Medicaments are stored in medicament storage. The office in which this farewell state... Greeting, unscheduled walk-in.
Of every Protectorate subject to ensure they are operating at
kitchen pantry
efficiency at all times. The paradigm requires it. That's why mental refreshment is so important.
The mental refreshment process increases tractability, stifles undue agitation, stymies untoward inclinations, and refashions the mind into a thing of symmetry. Elective cognitive compliance is a key part of your prescribed curative regime. Think only prescribed drugs, and no bliss and
technology and know-how behind the mental refreshment process.
Trouble about. I have it.
And others are not.
The console provides, the system abides. Better take a gander. Vic, found you. Reporting is so neighborly, suspicion rushing.
Cognitive divisor responsible for making the mental refreshment process.
Report them for mental refreshment post-haste. It's not just a good idea.
Protector is subject to ensure they are operating at peak efficiency at all times. The paradigm requires it. That's why mental refreshment is so important.
The mental refreshment process increases tractability. Undue agitation, stymies untoward inclinations, and refashions the mind into a thing of symmetry.
The console provides, the system abides. forget, your unthinking compliance lets the paradigm run with flawless efficiency. Unthinking is essential.
Malefactor ahead.
Dictates we repel invasive elements.
Cadia, Placid Waters Wellnatarium here on Praetor is uniquely special.
It is personally overseen by Head Refresher Gould. The top cognitive divisor responsible for making the mental refreshment process more refreshing than ever.
Wait. I was led to believe my case required minimal treatment. But that last session, that was far more intensive.
Strong observation, Your Sublime Radiance.
We set the lathe to the maximal abradement setting, per instructions. Maximal?
Our duty to the Protectorate.
Who authorized you to use that setting?
Together.
I demand the name of my betrayer! Subject is exhibiting increased agitation upon exiting the lathe, consistent with extreme cases. Further abradement recommended. Who are you speaking to? Are you recording this? Enough of this farce! Release me at once!
At all times. The paradigm requires it. That's why mental refreshment is so important.
The mental refreshment process increases tractability, stifles undue agitation, stymies untoward inclinations, and refashions the mind into a thing of symmetry. Cognitive compliance is a key part of your prescribed curative regime. Think only prescribed thoughts, and no bliss and plenty.
Could have sworn no one was due for hours. Wait, you're not a patient. You're not even a protectorate.
By his garb and self-important demeanor, this would be meant to...
Well, out with it. Who are you? Oh, outrageous.
Let it be known that any who stand against me shall be tried as traitors.
One might say that's an interesting... To what end are you here? Tell me truly. Speak plainly. Sounds like someone's had some indoctrination of their own. I have a proposal for you. I'll provide you what you wish if you debate me on the merits and failings of each group's ideology in a reasonably competent manner. There's a good... So, what of the Order, our former allies, those cursed overthinkers, doomed to lives free of luxury, toiling away in ceaseless cogitation? What say you of them? They're obsessed with tomorrow. Why even worry about the future anyway? The paradigm maps out our path, so we don't need to be... What say you about Auntie's choice, then? Tell me, is there any value in the vapid emptiness of those corporate consumerists?
It's true. Need a rival vendor dealt with? We'll repossess their wares.
Yes, I've seen the craters left in the Protectorate. We have the best of everything. Food, technology, a sense of belonging. People are unproductively prone to unhappiness. We remove this self-sabotaging flaw so they can fully appreciate the ample bounty we provide, free of doubt and worry. No, I haven't. And that seems a rather facile argument to make about a society that utilizes automechs to handle daily chores and Well, admit I assumed this conversation would be more engaging. Did you have any final points you'd like to make? As a, last chance to distinguish yourself? Her opinion to me would be largely irrelevant. While I appreciate all she... All right, fair enough. In that little battle of wits, one of us proved severely outmatched, and I'm not sure. I am deeply disappointed by your lack of intellectual prowess.
We have an intruder! You're hurt, Commander! Feel yourself! I despise asking for aid!
I repudiate all baptism! Best reload!
You have my thanks and my hammer.
The paradigm requires it. That's why mental refreshment is so important.
Wait. I was led to believe my case required minimal treatment. But that last session, that was far more intensive. Strong observation, Your Sublime Radiance. We set the lathe to the maximal abradement setting, per instructions. Maximal? Who authorized you to use that setting? I demand the name of my betrayer! Subject is exhibiting increased agitation upon exiting the lathe, consistent with extreme cases. Further abradement recommended. Who are you speaking to? Are you recording this? Enough of this farce! Release me at once!
Oh, do I detect a whiff of reprioritin gas? I thought no one was due for peak abradement for our... I should have your chart. Wait.
Scientists of this echelon must be exposed to low doses of refreshment gas to build a resistance.
Well, this is normally where you'd say something. My. Can't believe I'm falling for that. Oh dear, I seem to be a little unstable at the moment. Even in a state such as this, I am more than able to apply my argumentative skills against the... To what end are you... Tell me truly. Speak plainly. You know, I'm beginning a proposal. Adequately debate me on the merits and failings of each group's ideology, and yes, well, you'll see, even in a So, what of the Order, our former allies, those cursed overthinkers, doomed to lives they're obsessed with tomorrow. Why even worry about the future? What say you about Auntie's choice, then? Tell me, is there any...
It's true.
Yes, in the Protectorate, we have the best of everything. Food, technology, people are unproductively prone to unhappiness. We remove this self-sabotaging flaw so they can fully appreciate the ample No, I haven't. Well, admit I assumed this conversation would be more engaging. Did you have any final point? Her opinion... All right, I am deeply... Oh, do I detect a whiff of reprioritin gas? I should have your
Scientists of this echelon must be exposed to low doses of refreshment gas to build a resistance.
Well, this is normally where you'd say something. Listen. Oh dear, I seem... Even in a state... To what end are you here? Tell me truly. Speak plainly. A proposal. Adequately debate me on the merits and failings of each group's ideology, and I'll provide you. I believe in the strength of our ideals. But if I'm wrong, what would Auntie's choice or the Order or my word, you're not a scrapper? Well, none of them will know what to do with our advanced know-how. So, what of the Order? Our former... A clear example of a life to avoid, yes? What say you about Auntie's choice, then? Tell me,
Can't blame you. Every one of the...
I do appreciate your candor. In the Protectorate, we have the best of everything. Food, technology, a sense of belonging, freedom from doubt. Sounds very nice now, doesn't it? But perhaps you'll consider a brief stint in the Lathe of Particularity once we're done here? Quick little tune-up and you'll feel right as rain. as it is right now. Repelling No, the refreshment process isn't about thwarting examine. Well, admit I assumed this conversation would be more engaging. Did you have any That was the final point you wanted to make? All right, fair enough. In that little... I am deep... Guard, we have an intruder.
this even possible? This has to be representative of some type of instrument miscalibration.
I wish that were the case. But I've ascertained that the calibration is within acceptable margin of error and have replaced the reader thrice already. If these readings are accurate, then I'm equally aghast that we haven't observed more deceased wildlife water.
I lack expertise on the subject, but based on the tone of voice from those
Aggressors
two,
in range.
I believe the state of the water to be rather dire.
And it's safe to assert that we all know who's at fault for this wanton destruction of Praetor's ecological systems.
Indeed. Auntie's forced occupation of the chemical production facility has taken its toll. Once we expel them from the Arcadia system, it'll take years to rectify the damage.
Never more content. Never more content.
You need a house?
This ship is certainly... I suppose there's something charming about its live... I recall this place. These stations have been automated since my day, though this one has certainly accrued dust. Odd that it would be in a state of lockdown. I have a general override that should allow us entry, but anything specific to local systems, including security systems, may be beyond me. What? These security measures should not be operational. The station seems to be on reserve power. We'd best tread carefully. No one is here, lying in ambush. Perhaps some stray systemic error activated the entryway defenses. We'd best first report to security ops, lift this lockdown. From there, we can set about reactivating the station's primary power, which will allow us to explore unhindered. Footprint in the dust? This station shouldn't have received visitors in years. Be on guard. Someone else may be here. My passcode shall not work on this terminal. Unlocking it may be a... creative. Good effort lifting the lockdown. We may now... We may now reactivate the station in the reactor room. It seems our intelligence was correct. There's clearly a door here, and I would hazard that we'll be able to... We should make sure the station... Let us go. The reactor activation circuits shall likely be dysfunctional. It's a known issue with these old stations. Let me look. Corroded transistors, dust in the actuator. Did a sprat gnaw on this? Sweet sovereign, what a mess. There. I think I have it. Let us hope my override does not trigger any security alerts. Good. This should avail us of a much simpler search. Let us return to the central room once more and see if anything seems out of place.
Here's weapon prime!
cannot say I have had to search for a hidden switch in a Protectorate holding before. Keep watch. It could be rather small and well hidden. Certain of movement below. Gird yourself with determination, for it seems I was correct about another body being here.
Passcode is limber. No, let's try amulet. No, wingtip. No, sovereign's gavel. I should remember this. Damn it! Ambergris can't be it. That's too short for a facility like this. Wait. Oh, no.
Of the strategies of feigning innocence I have seen, this is certainly the most pathetic. I accuse you of trespassing upon the private domain of the Sovereign. For these crimes... Wait. I know you.
Because I work for Sub Rosa? More than that, I don't think I can say, Cadet Rao. Mostly because I'm not supposed to, but also because I can't remember.
Okada is, or was, a petty troublemaker, though a crafty one. As cadets, Virgil and I apprehended him often. Sometimes Virgil let him go, but he usually went to mental refreshment.
Often enough to know the technicians by name. Until I forgot them again.
This truly is no ploy. But despite his faults, the Okada I knew was ultimately benign. But the fact remains that he now trespasses in a secure facility. Duty dictates that I must execute him. His looks matter not. I act on the Sovereign's authority.
I thought the Consul.
You are making a very poor case for your continued... That's a wise path.
An Arbiter used the word execute in the last few seconds, yet I remain alive? Didn't think that I was sent here to do a specific job, but some of the details are hazy. Gives me conniptions. I was hired by an anonymous third party. They provided me with the station's location and credentials to bypass its defenses. I was told the station was abandoned, which it clearly isn't, and to break into this terminal and delete the information on it. That is all I know. I don't even know the name of this station.
Ignorance does not excuse criminal action. Even if you did not know the severity of this infiltration, it remains a debt.
He and the other one must have put me away close to 12 times each. I used to be something of a ne'er-do.
Ne'er-do-well is a polite term. He was a repeat malefactor.
I got 18 months of hard labor for that. Served me right.
That's interesting. But it must be false. Sub Rosa is a large organization.
I didn't used to be like this. I can still sneak with the best of them. Not being able to remember doesn't...
Any of my fellow Arbiters would have killed you before this conversation began. But I can't decide whether to disdain or... I don't know that I can. He is a trespasser. His slipping mind matters not. My duty dictates it. Killing Okada may not affect the one who hired him, but his trespass is an indelible fact. That doesn't mean anything. An Arbiter cannot trespass. And even if I could, were the situation different, perhaps I could look the other way. But Okada has clearly defected, and is thus not afforded such a luxury. You have my trust. But if I am to remain loyal to my morals, I must be convinced. I am familiar with the concept, but in the Protectorate, intent matters little. Manslaughter still results in death. Sedition can happen unconsciously, just as it may consciously. There is a difference. A murderer's family is imprisoned, whereas they are not in the case of incidental death. But though this is hardly the place for a discussion about Protectorate law, I do at least see your point. It is fortunate you have gained my trust, or I would not bend to one who had not. Begone! You've been granted your final stay of execution.
I didn't think this would happen. Thank you. And you. Without you, I would have been reduced to my composite parts. Here, take these. I suppose you'll have more use for them than I, in my present state.
Allowing a Sub Rosa agent to leave with his life in the heart of a Protectorate station. We may have to speak on this further. But let us see what we came here for first. The hint pertaining to the passcode on that terminal, I believe I know the answer. An Arbiter's gavel is judgment, and an Arbiter's scalpel... From that terminal, it sounds as if the Supreme Arbiter... To what end, I wonder? The tone of her response seemed relaxed, and that feckless agent... I don't understand his aim or who he would be working for. only the Consul. But the Protectorate does not ally itself with Sub Rosa. I couldn't imagine the Consul pinning his duties on someone so clearly out of sorts. Well, at least we found what we needed on the Supreme Arbiter's terminal. As for Okada, my decision to allow him to go free was at odds with all I have been taught. He was a traitor and should have died. Yet, I cannot help but feel strangely justified. That's just it. I am supposed to be an objective judge of moral intent, hence my role as a peacekeeper for the Protectorate. How can I maintain this role if, to me, there cannot be? That is, altogether I think visiting this station was fruitful for my ultimate... And, circumstances aside, I appreciate your accompanying me. It would appear our next stop is Praetor, specifically Central Control. I look forward to traveling there, once you've sufficiently... Excellent.
Hell's Force rockets. A deep-fried, dough-wrapped Force sausage on a stick. Launch one into lunch today.
Let us make our way to Central Control forthwith.
Keep from arresting attention for your sake.
I sense we close in on something central to my investigation. We simply must...
Keep from arresting attention for your sake. Let the Paradigm worry about tomorrow.
Aggressor at hand.
Hostile not.
Have a preponderance of caution.
His gaze sees all.
Unfriendly company.
No party shall dither. Hither and yon.
Rejoice for mayhem!
Keep your luck with this, Commander!
For its dictates, we will respect our community.
Your point, Commander!
I will restore my location.
Unleash my might upon them!
sustain the system.
The Protectorate endures. Contact log.
Maintaining perfection.
One assumes their intentions.
That elevator over there goes to the Supreme Arbiter's old office. I hope the technicians have kept it in working order. I believe what we need is on that terminal. I'll see if I can find my way in. Did you hear that? I think something may have unlocked. I think this may unlock the terminal, but the toggle mechanism appears compromised. I shall hold it. You attempt to gain access to the machine. You must finish it.
Consul Thoreau, I'm sure you're surprised to be receiving this message, and thus I can assume you already know my intent. Even considering aligning myself against the Sovereign is like sticking my hand in boiling oil. Yet my dead charges spur me forward. 10 scores of Arcadia's finest, at least 10 scores, died in defense of Golden Ridge. And does the region lie in our control? No. We fled like sprats, all at Varric's behest. I shall lower myself to work with you, Consul. I will help you uphold your plan to... Hold... What in blazes? How long have you been standing there? What did you hear?
I cannot believe what I heard. I cannot. Actually, it wasn't. Perhaps at first, until I discerned her true intentions. My mentor hated the Consul and was deeply devoted to the Sovereign. She'd never speak thus, unless she was trying to lure the Consul into a trap.
That seems like a lot of work to go through just to flatten someone's head.
What I'm proposing is eminently plausible. It may be beyond you to see her machinations, but it's obvious to me that this was merely an intricate play. It's all that makes sense. It's not obvious to me. You didn't know her. Wait.
Arbiter Rao, I finally got you. Submit quietly to the Protectorate's justice for your manifold transgressions.
Are you insane? Who are you? And on whose authority do you claim to judge me?
My name is Junior Arbiter Mayhall, and I operate on Arbiter Mandate, as you did once. Now, no questions. This is already going to be difficult enough.
It's logical. The Sentinels have all but taken over Central Control. It stands to reason the few Arbiters still trained here would...
I cannot deny that Central Control has changed, but... What am I saying? I need not defend myself from the likes of you.
Enough! This has been an unpleasant day and my patience is gone. Your accusations are baseless and accosting a higher-ranked Arbiter is
They're far from baseless. You stand accused of abandoning your post, of infiltrating Protectorate facilities with opaque aims, and of hampering the Protectorate war effort. There's no discussion to be had with criminals. I needed to see firsthand that Arbiter Rao had abandoned his station.
These accusations of yours are slander. If you believe false bravado shall save you from my wrath, you're sorely mistaken. At Oculus, and again at the Vox, you showed me that the law may be interpreted. Clemency can be granted where before it would be unthinkable. Here my sense of duty clamors to be answered. But as much as it surprises me to admit it, slaying her for sincerely trying to do what is right would be a farce of justice. I would not. But I know the reality of swaying an arbiter from their chosen path.
What is this insanity? I would never imagine an arbiter balking from their chosen court. I may not wish to judge him. I may not understand what has come over him. It is of no consequence. His crimes against the Protectorate are all that matters.
He was simply doing his duty, just as you or I must every day. Killing him...
That's even worse than I thought. You chose not to do your duty and expect telling me...
The Supreme Arbiter taught me to follow my own sense of justice. And I have. Use your mind. Think about what I did. What you intend to do.
What of it?
Ironic. You came here to judge me for much the same reason I have, as you so claim. I chose to investigate the Supreme Arbiter's death on my own. You chose to investigate my departure.
That's impossible. I refuse to believe we both could be guilty if we were simply following what we were taught.
We don't know that for certain, but to an onlooker without our knowledge...
Even the Supreme Arbiter has struggled with this? That doesn't... Consider my hand stayed. I can see that judging Tristan would only rob the Protectorate of another of its servants. It seems I must...
It would appear we're in agreement. Neither of us...
Ever known an arbiter to lose their...
So, what course of action do we take now?
It's important for an arbiter to use their forebrain. Next time you encounter it, you may find more questions than answers. But deciphering them...
Uphold justice in my way.
Glory to the Protectorate. I'm pleased we were able to resolve that altercation peace...
You say that, but I've seen the way you smile when you kill... Oh, sorry, dispense justice.
You know, I'd even venture to say she reminded me just a little of myself as a lad. All this excitement did not make me forget the confession on the Supreme Arbiter's terminal. I have to bring it to... Have you lived all your life within the Protectorate? No. I refuse to question the Supreme Arbiter, just as Virgil will know what to make of this.
questioned, never doubted, zeal never lagged.
Trinicular. Arriving any moment now.
We took what nature heedlessly assembled and thusly rebettered it through artificial means.
Well, wonderful to meet you. C.F. Pendergrass III, Strategic Reconfiguration. It's not every day we have such a capable operative accept our invitation to the undisputed claim. While it was those ill-fated peace talks that got you here, I've kept tabs on you for a good long time.
Yes, we've all kept tabs. Auntie and I have spoken about you several times now. Ursula Ormsby, Proprietary Insight Acquisition. You'll report to both of us. For now.
Indeed. It is our pleasure to meet you, and I am beyond tickled to welcome you to Auntie's Choice. What are we offering? Why, everything, of course. Auntie's Choice is a wonder of meritocracy. Self-determinism without a ceiling.
With Auntie's Choice, the galaxy is yours to earn. No arbitrary limits,
You, my friend, are being given the opportunity of a lifetime. Auntie's Choice has a dynamic new vision, and we need a specific kind of go-getter to make it happen. The kind that changes everything. The kind that turns our universal brand into...
The vagueness is by design. Do yourself a favor and read the fine...
You don't have clearance to read the fine print, but it promises action, adventure, and paydays undreamt of.
And the chance for near limitless advancement.
It most certainly will. And the pay is the least of the benefits this opportunity...
Wonderful! Your first assignment demonstrates some of the very qualities we need. Something unexpected, or in truth, unprecedented, has happened at one of our repackaging facilities on Praetor.
If I understand correctly, they're having, something of a... They've stopped working. The workers there simply stopped.
They expressed, and I know this is going to sound more than a bit strange, dissatisfaction. And they said they won't return to work unless things at the plant improve.
Specifically, they stated, until we meet their demands. As though employees have a right to demand anything of their employers.
Striking? You're saying they're about...
Yes, well, if they're this delusional, violence is the next natural step. Who do they intend to strike? Us?
Dear law, what a bunch of devious, ungrateful, greedy little prigs! After all the opportunities and...
So what do you suggest we do about such an utterly unheard of situation? It is absolutely imperative that we get those people back to work, whatever it takes. Negotiate. As in, give in.
No, Ursula. That is exactly why we've hired you as my brand new perturbation ameliorator. You'll solve the problem for us, and we will retain absolute deniability. Wonderful! You'll go to Praetor, meet the plant's overseer, and mediate...
I have zero doubt Auntie and I will be completely impressed by your efforts. Unless you disappoint, in which case I will disavow that statement.
That's right, folks! If you're here to pick it, we'd love to have you join our movement. Otherwise, I've got more important things to deal with. Well, that's great news! We'd love... Honestly, we just want to eat, sleep, and relieve ourselves on a reasonable schedule. But the damn overseer... I ain't sure how you're gonna get in. This door is... That's right, folks! Keep the chanting going! I can see the overseer up in her office! And we're definitely making her miserable!
Huh? Wish I was back
If
on
you
the
won't let us
customer
sleep for
service.
8, you get charges for stimulates! No more bottles on factory floors! Time for unlocked bathroom!
Just so I'm clear, we're not sneaking in to kill someone? Yes? No? It's so hard to tell with vent usage. The beauty of the corporatist ideology rears its ugly head.
Welcome to Auntie's fine product revitalization. I assume you... It was about damn time you got here. This labor stoppage has put us almost a full week behind schedule and is making me look quite the fool. Some ne'er-do-wells, have incited our workers to halt all work. They've taken to making demands and carrying on. It should go without saying that such flights of fantasy have no place inside Auntie's Choice. And if we were still in Tau Ceti,
I reckon she's got her wires crossed. Basic dignity is what Auntie... And while we might have faced grave consequences back on Tau Ceti, it was under old management, who were...
Nevertheless, here... we must focus on getting these ingrates back to work and remind them that they're damn lucky to have Auntie's Choice to dedicate their lives to. Absolutely. These lugs have been positively... Why? Can you imagine suffering under the yoke of a sovereign's rule? Or No. Only within Auntie's Choice can these drudges achieve genuine prominence. If they exhibit excessive dedication, they may even earn some modicum of the success I have enjoyed. You're asking me? That clearly is your domain. Running this invaluable facility on Angie's behalf is mine. And when I say I, it is critical that you understand that as director of this facility, I should effectively be treated as though I were an executive. Is that clear? Well, there's no call for rudeness. It's unnecessary, unprofessional, and just this plant relabels dated items with new Auntie's Choice trademarks and slogans. It is critical to keeping revitalized products on the shelf. So, the workers may be unhappy, but they must realize their comfort is a distant second to Auntie's delivery schedule. Or in short, my workers are striking people now? How very alarming. We must resolve this before they've appointed some kind of leader, and he's the one you have to talk to. His name is, if I'm honest, my gaze is purely focused. I am a very important upper, middle, lower manager, and the way I advance that status scantily involves learning the names and faces of my peons. Their value is in providing and by providing their maximal effort, they allow me to ascend, vacating this position so that one of their undistinguished masses can fill it, thereby becoming... Well, that's all fine and good in your system. But here in Arcadia, it is Auntie's needs we cater to, and I believe he has demands, but I can't be bothered to remember what they were. They alter the generous terms Auntie offers, and so you will find him up on the landing pad with some of his minions. Go help him understand the situation so everyone can get back to work. That clear? Yes, well, I'm sure you'll manage. Best of luck to you. Remember that your actions don't just reflect on you, you are also representing me. Do us proud.
Heads up! Make some space! We've got a sanctioned, non-employee professional caller coming out!
Others get the exact same pay! But
That's
only
right,
work
folks.
12-hour
Keep the chanting
days!
going. I can see the overseer up in her office, and we're definitely making her miserable.
I ain't aiming to seem rude, but I got a lot to deal with right now. Unless this is mighty important, I'll respectfully ask to be left to my business. Then what in law's name are you doing here? Well, that certainly is unexpected. And potentially wonderful. Assuming, of course, Auntie's got to prioritize worker prosperity over productivity. What we've got now is, poor... labor... Remind me again?
An inhospitable occupational environment that ignores work...
Right, that. Right. Exactly. The conditions under which...
They work 20-hour shifts, which require stims to endure that are charged at a premium. Adrena time is actually cheaper, and if that inhuman brutality isn't enough to offend basic decency, they're also barred from using the restroom throughout the business day. It is an unconscionable condition to keep these workers in. I can't imagine how hard it is for them to coordinate their daily duties. No, I'm just a fellow underling suffering the corporate grind who saw the plight of these poor folk and needed...
That's right. Leo has been an absolute wealth of what's what. Without him, we would...
Under the yoke of oppressive undervaluation do...
Right, that.
Me?
Now hold it right there. We aren't here to talk about Leo. We're here to talk about what it's going to take to make us get back to work. Right? Our shifts need to be reduced to 12 hours a day. 4 hours of personal time ain't even enough to rest, much less get any actual living done. Second, if we gotta work those long hours, we want free Adrena time. Bad enough it's making everything taste like we're gnawing nickel pads. Having to pay for the pleasure's too far. Finally, we want all-day bathroom access. Expecting us to fit our necessities into the same 4 hours is just mean. Plus, between us, most folk ain't, if you get my meaning. Thank you for your trying. I don't know if we'll get it all, but...
Welcome back, Amelia. Did you make contact with workers? Do they understand that this stoppage is madness? Are they ready to return? So, what are these ingrate alley sprats willing to settle for? Golden privies and gilded sheets to be spoon-fed crunch 12-hour? Are they mad? What are they gonna do with the other? I am, frankly, disappointed you would even bring me such a preposterous demand. You should have nipped this offensive arrogance in the bud. I suppose that's true. It wouldn't take much to put enough pep in their... That would translate into... All right, you've convinced me. What else do they want? Free? Free? Nothing inside of Auntie's Choice is free. Giving something away for free is akin to ignoring the cost of its creation, which is one small step from the system completely breaking down and plunging us... What in the void are you talking about? My greed is certainly doing no such thing. What? No, I would never. That's slander. And or libel. Well, fuck. That's quite the rub, isn't it? All right, what do you want? Huh. I don't know why you would waste leverage on them, but Is there more they ask? They want to relieve themselves on company time? I've never heard something so preposterous. Can you imagine how many bits? What if they lounge? What if they take time to relax? What if they retreat to indulge their baser urges? Auntie would be paying for all manner of unprofitable shenanigans. Somewhere? Oh, that actually explains the odor in storage room. What more do they want? Very good. Ha! I was going to say very good, but that...
Bottles and cans!
Hello again. Do you have news for us about the negotiations? That's as fine a place to start as any. What did that tyrant have to say for herself? Well, I can't begin to tell you what a relief that is. A most promising development. How go the... She willing to see reason? Free? Really? What's next? Excellent. What progress have you made? Well, that certainly is disappointing. But I suppose we'll manage. Well, you have done exceptionally well by us, my new friend. With these new conditions, we'll return to work.
Damn! I really felt like I was close to signing all of you, and I needed that recruitment bonus. I don't know how I'm going to afford my hair cream now, but I'll get him next time. And he won't always have you working her angles for her. And her usual agents don't stand a
Next time? Against you? What?
Yeah.
It don't matter. All that matters is my working conditions have just improved Now, if you'll
You did these folk a good turn, Commander. Look, we'll be seeing more of these negotiations across Arcadia. Bosses will just have to live with it.
The workers have returned and production has resumed. Wonderful work. Our disruption ameliorated. I have already informed the Home Office, and with it, put in an extra sprinkling of... You may tell the executives that dispatched you that you have done an adequate job.
Apoplexy. Whooping fist.
Honestly, right now I'm still way too tuckered to know if our...
upon.
Live, love, laugh, purchase, and consume with Auntie's Choice.
As your fearless leader knows
Welcome back. We understand you've been a very busy little...
Yes, time is bits. Tell us how it went.
A satisfactory effort, my ameliorator. I had hopes your talents would yield a result a mite more in our favor, but good work.
Well.
Anything else you'd like to report? Your performance at that facility went exceedingly well, all things considered, and it was an ideal first step in effecting...
There you go again, pinning your career. What do a bunch of eggheads know about marketing? Marketing isn't some rigmarole you can plug into a computronic doodad. It's instinct, intuition, know-how. It's a fucking art.
It is an intricately crafted, multi-phase marketing initiative that will introduce Auntie's Choice to the rest of the galaxy, and it requires a series of daring, almost impossibly savvy, perfectly timed, and flawlessly executed stratagems to create optimal
Whole thing's a load of bunco. Calculatory claptrap from a bunch of overeducated know-nothings who are so smart they're stupid. Go ahead.
With pleasure! The archive on Cloister analyzed millions of variables with bazillions of permutations to create an idealized path for total competitive domination.
Some oversized computronical doohickey. Mapping out key corporate strategery, just all as you please, based on what? Bunch of numbers. We're Auntie's Choice. We know what motivates. Real marketing is gut-driven. It's not something you think about, it's something you feel. That is...
Yes, suppose we should move on. Ursula, will you do the...
I'm the head of our proprietary Insight Acquisition Division. Stealing our rivals' trade secrets? The Protectorate have a process called mental refreshment. Auntie wants details on their methodology, pharmacology, and technology. This archive plan says it's important? Fine. Auntie and I agree it presents possibilities. Attitude like that will take you far. A few aspirational goals, if possible. If you see a chance to talk their lead scientist into joining us, and/or dig up additional details about the process...
Which is to say, we'll make it more.
See you when it's...
Our enemies envy our prosperity, disdain our sense of community. They sneer at our contentment.
Once we find Virgil, he and I shall unravel what occurred with the Supreme Arbiter. Together.
It is the duty of every Protectorate subject to ensure they are operating at peak efficiency at all times.
Medicament dispensement has concluded for today. Please proceed to the lecture hall to request an exception.
Never terribly cared for Praetor's weather. Speak freely. Certainly. I consider Virgil, and we make extreme... It's a shame there may only be one Supreme Arbiter. I would enjoy continuing.
Better investigate.
All backed up.
Assist me, will you? My death would be a stain on both of us.
Serve the console.
It is the duty of every Protectorate subject to ensure they are operating at peak efficiency at all times. Prudence dictates, eye your neighbors carefully. Appreciate if you clear.
Aftermarket parts are prime.
Got my lamps on a hostage.
Trust the plan, preserve set progress, sustain the system, serve the sovereign. Perfect society demands perfect thoughts. Imperfection is impossible without symmetry. All subjects prosper under the guidance of our beneficent ruler.
Never more control. Might have a problem.
Our system is the best anyone has ever had. Perfection is perfect. Our paradigm is ironclad. Don't hurt him, please. The Sovereign isn't at his best right now. You're not here to harm him, are you? If so, I must warn you, I will defend the Sovereign to the fullest extent of my meager abilities. Yes, it is. Our beneficent, infallible ruler, the Sovereign Henry Aloysius Varric, son of the first Sovereign, Reuben Varric. You'll have to forgive him right now. As I said, he is not his best today.
My Sovereign, what have they done to you? No, and certainly not the embodied.
Deserves what? Whatever do you mean? We've been here since it was determined that the Sovereign, long distraught over the loss of his family, was in need of mental... Since then, he has been receiving dedicated treatment from head refresher Gould himself. Well, after his first session, absurd nonsense about how the Consul had betrayed him and seized power, that all stopped after his next dip into the lathe, thank law. He's remained quite peaceful since. I'm certain he'll be back to his old self. Preposterous! The Consul and all the Vigilant, no subject of the Protectorate would ever harm, or knowingly allow harm to befall. To even think this stately form before you is the direct descendant of the matriarch herself. All we have, I will stay true to him and the Protectorate to the end. We all will. The Sovereign is receiving the finest possible care, as he has every day of his life. Treatment outside the... Just...
I suppose there is nothing we can do at this juncture. Guard him well, Feld.
Go. Please, just leave us. Just leave.
Malefactor ahead. Steal yourself.
Tramicular.
Whoa. Ain't heard from Ortiz in months. When we get back to the ship, let's give this a watch.
For our ages. A thing of legend, to be handed down for a modest fee to each successive generation. Spacer's choice swollen-headed mascot represents the worst...
Purple berry product samples! Purple berry product samples! Horse comestibles! Horse comestibles! Literally giving them away!
Spacer's choice devious shenanigans lying down?
Can't tell the difference between cover... I know. Folks been shooting at... All right.
I see you're back from the Protectorate's little mind...
Our team at Proprietary Insight Acquisition has been salivating over the potential commercial well, got what we needed.
Better in the ground than in our enemies'
Now, I assume you won't mind we have a few... Our people will extract details about the pharmacology and methodology. That will all no doubt prove useful, but we're most interested in the technology and its results. Can't say I like the sound of that. Seems...
How truly unfortunate. Those with...
What else can you tell us about the place? Turn up any additional details? What else? But still, they keep on marketing it as virtually foolproof, don't they? So much for their vaunted moral high ground. And so much for us exploiting that piece of technology. Oh, good to know, good to know. Excellent. Along with something too bad about the lead scientist. Converting him would have earned you an above-average payout. All right. For your next assignment, well, it's something of an organizational priority.
Congratulations! Your storied success has earned you a whole entire minute.
So your preliminary chores are complete. Oh, finally a contractor with a little backbone. Normally they flee or expire, leaving the work woefully incomplete. Ah, I remember you before. Fairfield, yes? Tell me, as an outside agent, do you have any quandaries working with our organization? Well, I appreciate the clarity, if not the lack of guile. For now, I suppose we'll remain uncomfortable bedfellows. If not, do hope you'll forgive these two. They're competing for a rather significant promotion, you see. It tends to make employees fractious, like young ursopods cooped up in the den. So, you've been advancing a fairly radical idea with a group that, to date, we've considered our rivals. Certain communications have even been exchanged between our ship and the Order's headquarters. You've spoken to the delegates, yes? A cessation of hostilities could present any number of potentially profitable options, assuming we could work out favorable terms. Oh, My security team would never allow it. But a call like this over a secure line should be... Of course, Ruth would also need to agree. Perhaps if you were to perform a few useful errands for the Order, you might earn a meeting with her to propose the same. Have Ruth reach out when she's ready to talk, and I'll set up a call on a secure line next door.
Don't let us keep you.
Good luck, my ameliorator. Remember, you can't spell heinous ascetic without Auntie's choice.
Don't wait for a line to form in front of you. Availability.
Commendations on so successfully climbing the corporate rungs. Everything seems to be going according to plan. When you meet with Auntie, be accommodating but also bold. Raise the issue. Performing more labor for Auntie's choice will inevitably bring our fair corporation into further conflict with the Order. So we only have one shot at... I'd offer you luck, but I try... Make profitable choices.
Because we worship bits, but because of the system's glorious efficacy. While the Protectorate decide what its subjects get, we respond to what you want through your decisions as consumers. What's more, we skip the frivolous approval process our overbearing neighbors employ. Why wait 20 years to bring a new product to market when it can be enhancing people's lives now? As a responsible member of society, we allow you to... testing, respecting...
You want freedom of choice. You want Auntie's choice. Auntie's choice knows that a better you is just 3 pills and an ointment away. Why choose just any choice when you could choose Auntie's choice? Too much Spacer's Ale? Try Auntie's Choice Pep Pills. Good for what ails you. You want freedom of choice. You want Auntie's Choice. Auntie's Choice knows that a better you is just 3 pills and an ointment away.
You look unfortified. Getting enough emulsifiers in your diet?
I'll have you know my panhandling license is completely up to date.
Why, looky here. It's our contractor-to-be. I see you got her message.
Glad you followed up. Now, the question is, are you just here to work an angle, or are you moved by our plight? When the brass sets an impossible deadline, who do you think everybody on the floor gets mad at? When trials run late because some lab tech melted, who catches upstairs ire? See, us in middle management, we get none of the credit, all of the blame. Catch hell coming and going. With nary a promotion or raise in sight, we pulled our funds to hire a maverick outsider like yourself to collect useful information on 3 local persons of interest to help us climb the ladder. First person is Melquiades Alcantara, proprietor of the Bottom Runger. Came up with this new drink, the Raptidon. The second is an unnamed individual. Shows up at the Esplanade every day with a mop and an armed escort. What's his story? What does he know?
And why is he always waving at everybody? And smiling, too.
Head back here when you're done with them two. The third target we'll talk about after. Sort of a controversial. Anything else? That's what we want to find out. And that whole smiling business? Anybody that's secure in their place here has to have Oh, nothing so mundane. Alcantara's cornered the market with an innovative concept. Our grand vision is wonderful. See, everybody? Things are looking up already. Upper middle management, here we come.
The state we found the Sovereign in. I still can't I do not believe for a moment that he truly was in need of it. And I fear... I am no physician, but I understand the dire implications of what you have said. The Consul shall be made to pay for his part in this. Then we shall figure out what...
Tramicular, arriving any moment.
Whoa, ain't heard from Ortiz in months. When we get back to the ship, let's give this a watch.
Through artificial means, at Auntie's choice, we strive to be 110% wholly plus.
Get you something?
Artificiality is our guiding principle.
Yeah, all the yelling. Could listen to that all day, every day. Afraid he stepped away to his office. He's around the corner to the right, just past the stairs. Likely find him whipping up a fresh batch of Raptidon Bite cocktails. Won't do it in front of me. The drink's quite a hit around here, and it's Melquiades' own proprietary recipe. People would literally kill to find it out.
Business is good. We have positive bit flow. Our portfolio is diversified. But we can always do better. I'll give it to you straight in my...
If I did, I think the boss would share that with me. I mean, I actually been concocting my own cocktail creations in my odd-off hour. I'm very creative, but in fact, I have. I once made a drink called Death by Purpleberry and also Uranium Poisoning. Very high concept. Only a select client. Hope you don't want to rep.
Down 14% in net gross. You're supposed to squeeze blood from every contract, not put us in the red. Learn to negotiate. Output is down 18%. I'm not paying professional hunters to run a petting zoo. Acquire and exploit the local fauna like it's your life's work. I get it.
Bet they'll name you employee of the fiscal quarter.
Sorry, time is bits. Bits is time. Or are, that is.
If you're here from Melquiades Alcantara, afraid you're a mite bit late. Investigator Yoshida, Department of Excessive Corporate Malfeasance. Did you know the deceased? Seems like you're not the only one. Were you aware if he had any business rivals, any disgruntled employees? Deals gone sour? Oh, so you were just stopping by to ask about his secret innovation. The one that likely got him. No, it'd make my day if you were to blame. I only cover internal rivalries. As an outsider, you'd be someone else's department to worry about. You're clear to saunter freely. Well. But remember, taste more and feel less with Auntie Fizzo's Num Rum.
Look who's back. I know one. Valo Andrews, owner of the Best Choice. Wasn't too keen on our success. Melquiades said she's meaner than a bag of Raptidons. I'll miss his wit. The only way I'd ever make it in that place is crawling through a vent. Some of us, till next week.
Pitchfall, they call it. My, how is that?
Horse comestibles! Horse comestibles! We're literally giving them away!
Sportsmanlike conduct is tolerated?
Now, please, go anywhere else so that I can tend to the actual patient.
You're still here? I mean, don't let me keep you.
What now? Have an issue with the service? She's in her office. Door to your right. See that you do.
What are you doing back here? No one's allowed. Who left that door unlocked? What are you even doing in my bar? Someone will be fired over this. Then, once they reach the nadir of their sorrows, rehired, only that I may fire them again. And I don't know what you think you're seeing here, but ignore all this. Why, yes. Yes, I am. Not sure I appreciate your It's a Raptidon bite. A unique concoction I procured its recipe from him before his unfortunate passing, and before you ask, yes, I have receipts for everything. No, I don't think so. Now that we have the recipe for this dreadful elixir, our clientele no longer have reason to stray. Think you're wearing down my resolve, don't you? Ugh. No, maybe just a little. Look, I see you're going to be a problem. Just cover my efforts and expenses and the recipe's yours. Our patrons are returning already anyhow. Come back when you do. Still here, I see.
Now please, go anywhere else so that I can tend to the actual patrons worthy.
Corporations who unfairly stacked the deck against the little person as they tried to boost the Town City. But did Anti-Cleo take Spacer's Choice devious shenanigans lying down? No! Just like our sponsored...
Horse comestibles! Horse comestibles! We're literally giving them away! Yeah.
You're back. What is it? Oh? How about you enlighten me then? Certainly sounds rather incriminating. And somewhat... But remember, taste more and feel less.
I'm Anti-Cleo, and I endorse this message.
Need anything? You learned the recipe? Yes. Tell me and I'll make you one. Oh, the black powder was more's the...
How much money your toil is netting us.
Eat it, will ya?
Perfect forecast time. Starting with product development.
Horse comestibles! Horse comestibles! We're literally giving them away!
Marketing wizards selling the sizzle of incremental product improvements. Sales of new and improved stimulants and nutrition supplements.
You're the maverick freelancer from the wireless.
Close enough. Hey, didn't you hear me growl in a discouraging manner? The first testee ain't to be disturbed.
Oh, no, it's okay. I'm gonna, converserate a little. Just wait over there for me.
As you wish.
Sorry, they get a mite carried away most. Oh, that. Yeah. Wish they wouldn't say that. Ain't accustomed to fancy titles. Don't mind them. They're here to make sure nothing happens. To me, that is. On account of being a close personal friend of fellow... Auntie Cleo. It's all a bit much, to be honest. But I guess it's like Auntie always says. Anything worth doing is worth overdoing completely.
Unorthodox? Well, no, not really. But I get results. Writ large in black ink on our balance sheet. You're welcome, employees.
She don't go by that no more. Guess I'm still not used to calling her Auntie. Auntie. Anyhow, probably shouldn't just mull about here engaging in idle talk. She saw me, she'd probably chide me for being...
Enough of that. You ain't idling, you're networking.
Oh, guess I was at that, huh? Thanks. Like your arm, by the way. Mine are just...
Oh, it saves me from small talk, mostly. Ain't many folk who aren't put off by the limb and avoid me entirely, if I'm honest.
Wait, really? Right. Hey, stay here, will you? Me and my new, friend here, we're just going over there, to the bottom rung or to...
Staying put, but keeping alert as if our jobs and or lives depended on it. Bob!
To risk a few pesky side effects as an early adopter.
Horse comestibles! Horse
dynamic, efficient, and well suited to the shifting needs of our populace. After all, that's what unbridled freedom's all about. We took what nature heedlessly assembled and vastly rebettered it through artificial means. At Auntie's Choice, we strive to be 110%.
Right, so how does this all work exactly? They bring you a drink, and then people just converserate? Well, wow. Oh, is that right? This seat looks really comfortable. Oh, I'll stand. Honestly, it's surreal. So, you want to start? A few years, maybe. Hail from Argos originally. Auntie and I both do. Kind of far from here, I think. Had everything. Mining, a garbage pile, sprats, slums, more mining. The works.
Rasmussen, demoted from his unnamed and clearly unimportant position within...
I always thought that, but just not out loud like that.
Like sometimes when I'm cleaning this place, I find a bit or a timepiece or a half-eaten Sprat crisp bag. I turn them in just in case someone's looking for them, which earns me some weird looks. But I figure that's not trash to somebody who needs it. Way I came up, those are treasures. The first part I'm iffy on. Auntie's choice all got sent to a mining place. People hated it, but seemed no worse than where we came from. Next thing I knew, Auntie was in charge. Then we were on a ship a while before getting here. I'm not sure how I got to come along. Maybe Auntie had it sorted, being in charge and all. Eventually, I asked for something to do. I got a note, said pick any job on the ship. I chose this one. Folks back there said they had to guard me. That's the short version.
Long in the tooth and short on ideas. Then you agonized for weeks that your comment might get back to me. Anxiety.
You think so? Huh. I just thought it was because we'd been friends for... Reckon that's in... What other sort of stuff you want to talk about? The weather, maybe? Oh, Felicity. Felicity Carroll. Dr. Felicity Carroll, eventually. So, guess she's, Dr. Auntie. She came to be lead scientist of research and development at Numa Experimental Station. I knew her when she was just Felicity, back in the good old days, when the company still did, human testing first, instead of just letting stuff willy-nilly out into the wild like now. I was her best test subject. Well, I guess she remembers, huh? And now you do too, so, 3 alive folks out of everybody. Guess that makes us kind of special, don't it? Sure was determined. I'll tell you what. Made her got one of them entry science jobs at Auntie Cleo. The corporation, not the person. Was a whole different person back then, if you can believe it. Started scaling the corporate ladder right quick. Weren't too long before she left the colony completely.
Pitchball, they call it. My, how imaginative. And don't get me started on their...
You think? I'd, sure like to think so. Not that I'd want her to feel bad or sad. Oh, you got me reminiscing something fierce. Did I mention she and I shared an
Wait, you mean to say Auntie's eaten expired rations?
Maybe I can remember other important things like that. This is nice. Talking like this is much better than when the other person just ambles off like they never heard you. Well, I haven't talked to her for, going on 40 years or thereabouts, I think. But, we were real tight. When she approved my request for this role, I got a letter from her that said, dictated but not read at the end. Like she was talking right to me. Or at me, maybe. You're probably right. Sometimes thought it might be good to hear from her more, but I guess she's real busy. All I know is one day, Felicity said she was up for a promotion to be Auntie. Said it was an idea that went through every generation. Auntie, she told me once she needed to climb to the top no matter what. But that she was real sorry about the people she had to step on to get there, though.
Until next time, look for me in the Platinum Executive Skybox above the line of scrimmage.
You think? I mean, admit I sometimes don't get, jokings or inference. That might be all I want to talk about. The rest makes me, I don't know, would hate to be rude. You come out with me and all.
Better than nature, because nature wants to kill you. Since then, our company has...
No, there's stuff I can't say things about. Not to some... You know what? I haven't felt this springy inside since Fel and I worked the garbage pile on Argos. Less bad?
Betterment throughout the galaxy, but...
Oh, hello, friend. I can say that, right? I have your permission. We're friends.
Tramicular, arriving any moment now. Approaching station. Back deck steerage.
Hey, mister, any bits to spare?
Hey, everybody, look who it is. All finished? Knew he was connected. What'd you find?
Or inspiring stories about her career ascent. You know, that might act as encouragement to them like us, presently stagnating in our position of paid employee.
Whoa! That's real relatable. I mean, we all done that, right?
Yeah, like she could eat a bar right out of the paste obtrude.
What else? Huh. A rumor had it she was one of the Skylar line, old money family type of... I got a whole lot of insightful observations.
Wait, there's been more than one Auntie Cleo? Explains a lot.
That everything? Those details were highly motivating, both personal...
Diverges greatly from events depicted in Auntie the Musical, the all-singing adaptation of Auntie's life story, which we've all, of course, watched 9 times. Didn't make the drink, or didn't make... Oh...
Less we know about all that, the better, right? Well, here for your trouble from all of us. Now, about that, there's a former Spacer's Choice VIP in the brig. We tried talking to him, you know, to see if he had any useful dirt.
Full of scathing invective.
Belittling, one might say. But, you know, tough sort like you might have an easier go of it. Nah, they got him set up like in olden times. They let everybody walk up and holler at him, throw produce and such. Whatever that is. You know, we all...
I still have nightmares. Sometimes I think I hear his voice.
Uh-huh. Likewise. Future generations will... Oh, that sounded very take charge. Have to remember that. May you effectuate, effectually...